Chair Kinnaman, we are ready to begin. IT has confirmed and Trustee Oden is on Zoom.
All right. Well, the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at 9:33. Thank you. You may join today's meeting in person via Zoom, webinar, or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. Before we begin, I would like to address the request from Trustee Oden to attend today's meeting remotely due to a just cause absence under the provision of the Brown Act. As per the Brown Act, just cause absences include situations such as a child care or caregiving need, including for a parent, grandparent, or dependent, a contagious illness that could jeopardize the health of others and if the member were physically present, a need related to physical or mental disability not otherwise accommodated, travel while on official board business or other related business. Trustee Oden has indicated that his absence falls under a contagious illness. The Brown Act requires that the member participating remotely confirm their location remains confidential and is not being disclosed publicly to protect their privacy. Trustee Oden, can you confirm that you are attending remotely from a location that meets these requirements?
Yes.
Thank you and welcome. And we want a speedy recovery for you.
Thank you.
With that confirmation, Trustee Oden is authorized to attend and participate remotely in today's meeting. Please note that the Brown Act also requires that any remote member participating under these conditions must fully participate in the meeting through both audio and video technology, not exceed 2 just cause absences for remote participation in a calendar year. We will now proceed with roll call. So Acting President Martinez Garcia, can you please proceed with the roll call?
Yes. Student Trustee Robles,
Here.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton, Trustee Meyer, Trustee Perez,
Here.
Trustee Oden,
Here.
and Trustee Kinnaman.
Here. Thank you. With quorum confirmed, we will now proceed with the agenda. 1.03, Pledge of Allegiance. And I wonder if our student trustee would be willing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance today.
We can do that.
Thank you very much.
Everybody stand, face the flag. To the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. You may be seated.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board, or if less than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present. That there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for January 17th, 2025? Okay, seeing none, the agenda stands as amended. Public comments, 5.01, a request to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person, by mail, to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link, pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the regular agenda will be available during item 22.01 of today's agenda. Irene, are there any public comments we've received at this time?
We received one request, but it's not related to the agenda. So I informed that member that they can come back during the later session. So that would be agenda item number 22.01.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Public updates. Acting President Martinez Garcia, please help us introduce our newest employee appointments.
Yes, this time I'd like to call Vice President of Human Resources, Diane Galindo, to help introduce the new appointees.
Thank you so much, President Martinez Garcia. Before you today are all the new appointments. If you're here in the audience, we would please like you to stand and be recognized. For our classified appointments, we had Edmar Caprita, which is a public safety officer, Alexander Ivy, testing services technician, D. Robin Keith, transfer and career center specialist, Alonso Navarro, a public safety officer, Ashley Pacheco, custodian, Carla Rios Beltran, custodian, Nayeli Sanchez Rodriguez, custodian, and Tayton Short, public safety officer. For our faculty appointments, we had Michael Anderson, an instructor for the EMT, emergency medical technician. If you're here in the audience, if you could please stand. Otherwise, we could just recognize and welcome our new employees. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, welcome to all our new employees, and thank you, Vice President Galindo, and congratulations to our newest employees. Next, we have a proclamation for Black History Month. Acting President Martinez Garcia, please help us introduce these next items.
Great. I'd like to call up Dean at this point, Amanda Phillips, to come up and introduce this item.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to introduce our esteemed colleague, Dr. Mzilikazi Kone. She is a professor of political science and advisor to many student groups, including our Black Student Success Center.
Good morning. Thank you, Dean Phillips. Thank you to the board. Thank you to the president for having us here this morning. I'm so excited to be here, folks. Rocking our BSSC gear, folks. Yes. I'm really excited to introduce a student of ours right here. This is Jacob Sells. Jacob is the president of Amend. He's a member of the Black Student Success Center, but that's not all. Jacob is a member of the basketball team here. He is one of the captains of the team, in fact, showcasing all of his leadership here on our campus. Jacob is also an architecture student here at COD with plans to transfer in just 2 short years to complete his degree moving forward. We're really very lucky to have him in our programs and very excited to have him here this morning. So without further ado, this is Jacob Sales.
Hello, Thank you guys for having me. Doctor did a very good job of introducing me. So thank you. So I'll start. Whereas in 1921, Carter G. Woodson, father of Black history, established the Association for Study of Afro-American Life History in Washington, D.C., which began the practice of observing the history of African Americans in the month of February. And whereas the month was selected because President George Washington and Abraham Lincoln were born in February, as well as Frederick Douglass, great abolitionist and orator. And whereas within the entire Coachella Valley, the history and culture of Black and African American are being recounted and celebrated by all the people who understand the significance of one's history to one's humanity. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District at a board meeting on January 17, 2025 acknowledges the contributions of Black African Americans and proclaims the month of February 2025 as Black History Month. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Black History Month throughout the entire community college district. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mary Eden, Dr. Kone, and our student reader, Jacob. Thank you very much. Our next proclamation, Career and Technical Education Month.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to bring up Amanda Phillips again, if you could introduce our next item or reader.
All right. I'm also very pleased to be able to introduce my esteemed colleague, Prudence Chase, the Director of CTE Projects here at College of the Desert.
Good morning, Board of Trustees, Acting President, Superintendent Martinez Garcia, and Executive Cabinet. I have the pleasure today to introduce our student reader for the proclamation of CTE Month. Before I do so, I did want to take just a very brief moment to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the faculty and staff that across the campus, and also the partnerships with our local industries and organizations that help support and make our career education programs thrive. So let me introduce our student reader, Adam Rodriguez. Adam is majoring in computer information systems and is an active student on campus. He is a member of the CODIS Club, which was recognized at the October meeting for their remarkable performance at the National Cyber League competition. Adam is also a member of the Makers Club and will be joining the Roadrunner Makers team this semester as our student worker. So welcome, Adam.
Hello, I'm Adam Rodriguez. Thank you for having me here today. I'm honored to be reading the proclamation for CTE Month this year. Whereas February 2025 has been designated Career and Technical Education Month by the Association for Career and Technical Education, whereas profound economic and technological changes in our society and are rapidly reflected in the structure and nature of work, thereby placing new and additional responsibilities on our education system. And whereas career and technical education provides Americans with a school to careers connection and is the backbone of a strong, well-educated workforce, which fosters productivity and in business and industries and contributes to America's leadership in the international marketplace. And whereas career and technical education gives high school students experience in practical, meaningful applications of basic skills such as reading, writing, and mathematics, thus improving the quality of their education, motivating potential dropouts, and giving all students leadership opportunities in their fields and in their communities. And whereas career and technical education offers individuals lifelong opportunities to learn new skills which provide them with career choices and potential satisfaction. And whereas the ever-increasing cooperative efforts of career and technical educators, business, and industry stimulate the growth and vitality of our local economy and that of our entire nation by preparing graduates for career fields forecast to experience the largest and fastest growth in the next decade. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District, at its board meeting on January 17th, 2025, proclaims the month of February 2025 as Career and Technical Education Month. Be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees encourages observance of Career and Technical Education Month throughout the entire Desert Community College District and urges all citizens to become familiar with the services and benefits offered by the career and technical education programs in this community and to support and participate in these programs to enhance their individual work skills and productivity. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Prudence and Adam. Next, we have our minutes for under 5.01, approval of regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of December 20th, 2024? Okay, if there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. Approval of special meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, deletions to the special meeting minutes of December 20th, 2024? Okay. Seeing none, if there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. We'll move on to reports. Our Associated Students of College of the Desert, Caden Wilson, the president.
Morning, Board of Trustees. I have a brief update for you today. ASCOD is back to work and continuing planning for our Spring Club Rush. This event will promote various student clubs on campus and offer students a chance to explore all the various clubs we offer here at COD. Additionally, several of our board members volunteered at the Roadrunner Rally this week. We had the chance to promote student government and student clubs, share our personal stories, and encourage new students to get involved on campus. I'm also happy to report that we have successfully filled the remaining 4 seats of our board, bringing our total to 15 members. This is an exciting milestone for us as it allows us to bring in fresh perspectives and continue to work more effectively. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. College of the Desert Foundation. Catherine Abbott with us.
Chair Kinnaman, we do not have a report from the foundation this month.
Thank you very much. California School Employees Association. Oh, yeah, School Employees Association. Omar.
Good morning, Acting Superintendent-President Martinez Garcia, Board of Trustees, and Vice Presidents. CSCA would like to extend a warm welcome to Acting Superintendent-President Martinez Garcia, Acting VP Phillips, Trustee Mayor, Trustee Sanchez-Fulton. We look forward to working with you and encourage you to attend campus events to demonstrate to our students, faculty, and staff that they are why we are here. Last year ended with many changes that happened quickly, and then we all went on a well-deserved break. Coming back to a new year with many positive changes in place bring a sense of optimism and promise for both our students and staff. The new and continuing construction of projects are exciting and visible proof that we can overcome obstacles and provide a brighter future for our students and community we serve. As you know, we are currently without a contract and participating in negotiations with the district. We wanted to inform you that the district of a potential change in operations per the district's request. The district has proposed a lunch period for classified staff at a midpoint of our shifts. This would mean that each department would have to close down for an hour each day while employees take their lunch at the midpoint of their schedule. For a loose example, financial aid, admissions and records, and the bursar's offers start at different times. With the proposed language, we would end up with the bursars closed from 11 to 12, A&R closing from 12 to 1, and financial aid closed from 1 to 2. Just imagine the district-wide effects this could have on operations. We have pointed out likely negative effects multiple times and proposed a lunch at a near the midpoint of each shift, which would give the district flexibility based on the department needs. However, based the district last proposal, the team is adamant on having lunches at midpoint of the shift. Although we would enjoy having lunch all together and believe it would boost morale, we do not feel that this change would be ideal for our college community. At this point, we're learning towards accepting the language. We just wanted you to be aware of such changes to operations. Besides this issue, we also have some potential regressive bargaining issues that we need to deal with. We will research and look into those items and let you know where we stand. CSEA members are hopeful that the long wait for a new, fair, and equitable contract will be resolved soon. While they continue to patiently wait, our members consistently do the daily work that keeps the college up and running. They also go beyond their assigned duties to help with registration rallies, welcome tents, the upcoming high school visit days, and graduation events. Providing them with retro cola and golden handshakes is the least the district could say. Thank you for faithful and nonstop service. CSEA is broken of the Los Angeles fires. It's heartbroken of the Los Angeles fires. Our thoughts and prayers are with everyone impacted by these fires across the city and beyond. It's painful to see so many people lose their homes, their memories, lifetime businesses, and their sense of safety to such tragedy. To the brave firefighters and first responders risking everything to protect others, we thank you for your courage and sacrifice. To everyone, please stay safe. And lastly, shout out to all the members of the board who honored their request to provide their undivided attention to our report at the December special meeting. Our members appreciated the respect that you showed them by putting your phones down and looking up while the report was read. We hope this trend continues and that the trustees unite as one to show their support to students and staff. This concludes my report.
Thank you very much. Colleges of the Desert Adjunct Association.
Trustee Kinnaman, Chair Kinnaman, we did not receive any reports from CODA, CODFA, and the Academic Senate this month.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll move on to Governing Board if there's no objections then. Student Trustee Robles.
Good morning, College of the Desert students, faculty, staff, leaders, and fellow trustees. This previous month has been a great mental reset, and I want this period of rest to influence a strong spring semester. Now that ASCOD has begun to meet with a full team and our classes are about to begin, it is time to tap in. I am ready to continue the work we started last semester with our new acting president, Val Garcia. This month, I have seen the community come together in support of our Southern California neighbors from Los Angeles. Many industries and communities have gathered resources and volunteers together. And ASCOD shared Trustee Sanchez's flyer going on today to gather hygiene products and essential items. ASCOD is ready to work with campus leaders to continue the gathering of these resources. This upcoming Wednesday, we have the Spring Welcome Day happening in the morning to inform and unite students enrolling for their first semester at College of the Desert. Working with Cindy Alvarez and the committee members has again showed me the efforts the community takes for its upcoming students. Overall, I'm excited to go into the spring semester and get to work.
Great, thank you. Trustee Sanchez.
Good morning, COD family, faculty, staff, community, and fellow trustees. As for me, our community, our brothers and sisters in Los Angeles need our help, and I just want to thank our acting president, Val Martinez, for putting together at such a fast notice our resources to assist Coachella Valley that have family there. We're currently right now, and I'm asking all of you to reach out. We need blankets, toiletries from 9 to 4 today at the West. I'm sorry, but how do we call that now? South Annex Campus. Everything has changed here. And just welcome and tell our community thank you. Thank you, all the staff that got the resources together, because it takes a village to help. And we're very grateful. And all our partners involved, the U.S. Marines, Univision, and everyone else in the U.S. Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Just want to thank everyone. And that's what the College of the Desert is about, is helping our brothers or sisters or family members that have lost homes. I could just tell you that my husband's grammar school is gone. Their grocery stores are gone. So and I just want to give kudos and a thank you so much, the community of the College of the Desert. Thank you. So just wanted to let you know, it's been a busy month. Sorry for my voice. So this past month has been very busy, getting reacquainted, and so grateful to be back in gratitude, being here to serve most and foremost the students, the faculty, and the staff. As a teacher, I know the hard work it takes to start the school year off, so I'm very looking forward to Flex. My faculty, it's a great time. We have to get back, get ready for our students. It's a great time to do that because this is our school year begins. And I'm looking forward, when I used to serve to actually attend, I saw on the Flex schedule some wonderful courses that our faculty are putting together. So I'm looking forward to actually attend as well, as I always have, like you. So as I attended the meetings throughout the Coachella Valley, I was thinking, what can I do to help more of my faculty, my staff, and our students succeed? That's the question I always ask when we're out in the community and talking and attending. That's what's going on in my mind. What can I do? So as we are more mindful on how we treat each other with kindness, and being most of all with our faculty, our staff, our classified, and our community, being kind to yourself. And as we embark of helping, and that's what we do as teachers and classified, it's always about being kind to yourself on that. And as I visited and attended along with Jessica Anders and Craig, the CVEP presentation from the Palm Springs Unified, Ellen spoke on a health and wellness center. It struck me. Wouldn't it be wonderful? I always say, wouldn't it be wonderful to bring to COD a quiet space where after work or after a class for a midterm to de-stress. So I'm asking if we, I don't know, let's just put it in our President Val Martinez, an idea to just have and create safe and quiet spaces for our faculty and our staff throughout our campuses, not only for our classified and faculty, but for our students. I remember when I was in school, you don't know where to go, or when you're at work, you just had a hard day at work. You needed that time for that safe space. So that is a request, if we could look into that. And I really am looking into Veronica Doubt's workshop in Flex about mindfulness, and as I'm told. So please attend, because it's every day we go to work, we need that time. Most importantly, last night, I just want to give a big kudos to the College of the Desert Foundation. I'm sure the president will talk about that, but what an incredible group of people that we have, a community of kindness from their heart that has funded so many of our student programs. I'm amazed to come back to the Roadrunner family and see the continued dedication of our foundation members. And I really look forward on being that liaison, and I will be reporting on what's going on for the foundation. But right now, what a beautiful, and kudos to the chair that put together such a wonderful event on behalf of the whole College of the Desert family. It was incredible. Also attended the, and I don't want to go over a whole list, but I have to also talk about what our faculty, especially our adjunct faculty, they go to work and they come in the evening and teach, and they're still active for our students. It was wonderful to attend the Hall of Media, and I really want to give a shout out to Lorelei for receiving that Media Hall of Fame and her devotion to the students. It's incredible, and there's many, many adjunct faculty that do this in an everyday. So it was wonderful to see. Also, the other, someone else is Gloria Greer. Ann Greer used to be on our foundation, another person that has always donated, a lot of people don't know this, to the College of the Desert for several years, along with Peggy Craven. So just wanted to, it was wonderful to see such devoted people and well-deserved awards. And I hope, Laurel, I hope you could still come teach at the College of the Desert. Stay here. We need you. And something that was also very uplifting that I went and I wanted to talk about is something that we have available, and I just want the community to know. It's something called Timely Care. It's for the students and it's free. Timely Care is a virtual health and well-being platform available 24 hours a day for the College of the Desert students. And who could use Timely Care? Any enrolled College of the Desert student can use. I just would love more outreach on this program. This is a phenomenal program. And I just want to see more of this. Thank you so much and have a great year, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Meyer.
Thank you, Chairman Kinnaman. Good morning to the faculty, the staff, the students, the board, and the admin of College of the Desert. I had a busy month as well. But first I want to address the devastation the fires in LA have brought to Southern California. Like everyone else, I've been watching it on TV and tracking it through the news, and it's horrendous. Having spent time in Southern California, in high school and college, many of those areas were areas I hung out, traveled through on my way to visit my mother in Santa Barbara or what have you. So, I'm familiar with that geography and what's there. And it's just, it's mind blowing. And I really commend the College of the Desert and their efforts to support that, not just with dollar donations, but actually necessities, the toiletries, the other things that are so much needed by people there. You can spend so much money, but we're going to spend it if the grocery stores are gone. So by bringing those, and so I think it's a wonderful thing. Early in January, I attended an all-day session with the Riverside County Anti-Human Trafficking Conference at Agua Caliente. The interesting thing there was not how to stop it, which is admirable goal, but how to spot it and how to deal with somebody who is being subject to that, because there's a lot of issues there. Part of it is they're in denial. They don't know that they're being trafficked, or there's so many issues, and you can't just go up and say, "Hey, you're being trafficked. Come with me. I'll fix your situation." So it was very interesting. More interesting was the keynote speaker, who she's compared to me, a young woman, but she's not in her 20s. But she had been a subject of human trafficking as a child in numerous instances in the home, and then when they took her out of the home, in foster home, et cetera. Then as a young woman, is still involved with that. Now she's an investigator, investigating the perpetrators of human trafficking. And she had very, very interesting stories, which really made sense. She didn't just tell her stories, she wound them into what could we do. Then I attended later in the month the ribbon cutting ceremony at the Galilee Center. Galilee Center provides resources to migrant farm workers in the East Valley in Mecca. And they expanded their capability to provide beds overnight. They literally more than doubled their capability of the bedding. And my only question to them, and they said, "Oh, we got it covered," is the facilities. They have wonderful shower and bathroom facilities, as well as laundromat and food service for these migrant farm workers who otherwise would be sleeping in the fields, in the ditches. I mean, it's amazing where these people, if they don't have this resource, where they find to sleep and live. So I really I think they're doing a wonderful job for our community there. Yeah, as Mary Jane mentioned, I went to the Media Hall of Fame lunch. Very impressed to see our own Lorelei get the award. But the other awards were John White, Adolfo Neguez, and Gloria Greer, posthumously, of course. And for a organization was started during COVID, they put a very good program together, and they have, I'd say, a head of steam going on about journalism in the Valley, which is very much needed. They started the whole thing because they lost their editorial director at the Desert Sun, and Desert Sun didn't have a budget for it. So these people came together and says, "We'll find a way to budget if you'll hire one." So that was a very good thing. And then last night, the COD Foundation put together a wonderful event, a fundraising event. Side note, my wife got a little carried away with the paddle, but nothing we can't manage. We'll find out what to do with all that golf we bought. But it was a very, I'd say a classy event, but very well thought out and put together. It flowed very nicely, and I'm very impressed. The table I sat at was with some of the foundation people and the donors, and their passion for this school. And this is the one thing that, as a new trustee, I'm beginning to learn. This whole community has a passion for College of the Desert that, is starting to come out to me. People come up and talk to me and say, "Hey, what's going on at the college?" And I said, "Well, what do you mean?" "Well, I heard this and that," and they're interested. And it's not a negative, it's a positive thing. They're hearing about the AI stuff going on here on campus. The other things that, the dual enrollment and stuff. And the community is interested in the campus, but enthusiastic. And that just reinforces me as a trustee, being the newest trustee with no experience as a trustee. So I'm just very excited about that. So much so, my wife and I signed up to host a Japanese student during the month of February for the college. Just got notice today that we're going to do that. And thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Perez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to wish everyone a happy new year and good luck to everyone on the incoming semester. I also want to publicly apologize to the Alumni Association for missing their last meeting. Unfortunately, I double booked myself and had another engagement that I just could not get out of, but I'm looking forward to attending the next meeting and engaging with you all. I also want to acknowledge the foundation on stepping out for COD. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend, but I really want to thank you for all you do for the college. I'd also like to thank DODEC and our leadership team here at the College of the Desert for providing workshops and services for our immigrant community. I know there's a lot of anxiety with the incoming administration, but I appreciate what our institution is doing to prove to our students that we see them, acknowledge them, and they have a home and support system here at College of the Desert. Lastly, I want to echo the comments of my colleagues regarding the fires in Los Angeles County. It is so devastating and heartbreaking to see what individuals just like you and I are going through. I want to commend the acting superintendent for his leadership in the food and supply drives that he's doing, and as well as commend our trustee, Mary Jane Sanchez, for her leadership in that regard as well. Thank you, everyone, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Trustee Perez. Trustee Oden.
Thank you. I grew up in Los Angeles and the San Fernando Valley, so the devastation that we're witnessing and that so many people are experiencing is just heartbreaking. I think, communities generally respond, but I'm really proud of the students here at Ascot and their response, because when students respond, it just has a different feel to it. So thank you, and we're proud of the work that you're doing. I'd like to wish everyone happy New Year. During the holidays, I had to forego some things, just spent time with my family, and I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Matt Monica. Spending years on the campus of College of the Desert, Matt and Marianne were staples here. He did so much for the college, and then moved on to the Desert Sand School District. But he was a good friend. I'd like to acknowledge the work and commitment that he had and made to the students at College of the Desert. And there were other events that I would like to have attended, but COVID had other plans for me. So thank you. And that concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Trustee Oden. Again, like all of us, I think we recognize how delicate life is. What we're witnessing in Los Angeles and other parts of the world. And it's important that we reflect on that, because life is very fragile. And fortunately, we've got a team of colleagues, faculty, staff, students, foundation, alumni association, members of this board that I believe are committed to leaning in to our best. Maybe not always agreeing, but trying to find the best in ourselves so that we really can provide the service that we've signed on to and taken oaths for. We also are in the process of relaunching the presidential search. and we're going to lean into that as a team. This team on the dais of the elected trustees are going to be attending the CCLC conference next week for several days, and it emphasizes excellence in trusteeship, roles of trustees, and their relationship with the college itself and the community. So I'm very pleased that we're doing that and anticipate that we will be doing a lot of that over the next year. I know that our acting superintendent-president, I'm not going to steal his thunder. He may be speaking a little bit to this in a few minutes. And I want to thank everybody. My apologies to the foundation for not being able to attend last night as well. And like so many of us, we get too many things on our calendar. And like my other trustees over here said, we need to find some quiet places. Some of them may already exist. We just don't know about them, but we need to find them. I know where one is. It's over here where our agricultural program is. And there's a koi pond and some things there where you can go and sit and reflect. And I think that during these times, identifying places like that and sharing where they're at can really help us heal. And with that, I will conclude my report and turn to trustee. Oh, you're not trustee. I'm sorry.
I can be a trustee.
Okay, I know our acting superintendent-president, Garcia.
Thank you, Trustee Kinman. First of all, Trustee Meyer, if you need a golf partner, I'm always available. So just go ahead and call. And Trustee Oden, I hope you feel better, heal quickly. And I'd like to really thank you for your comments on Matt Monica and his passing. I know many of our faculty and staff on our campus were impacted by his loss. And so we share your grief, and we definitely appreciate your comments. Good morning, Roadrunners. Good morning. Yes, all right. I want to take a moment before I start to say thank you to everyone who's here in attendance. We really appreciate you and seeing all of your wonderful faces. On a kind of a solemn note, I want to take a moment to address the devastating fires in Los Angeles that have caused so much tremendous loss and hardship to tens of thousands of our neighbors in Southern California, many with whom we have met with, broke bread with, and share connections here in the Coachella Valley. We know their homes have been lost. Their families are not really feeling connected to their communities, but we in the Coachella Valley will support them, and we're behind them. College of the Desert remains committed to supporting our students and college community during this challenging time. Our student services team and our college community is here to assist those in need. I want to reaffirm that these resources and support services are readily available and accessible to anyone who requires them. Today, we are honored to host the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce on campus as we collect essential items for those who are impacted by this horrendous event. I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to Trustee Sanchez Fulton and Rudy Morales, whose efforts help unite this campus with the broader community to really embody our motto, your community, your college. Together, we can make a difference for those in need and demonstrate the power of caring. And today, you are, and I really appreciate you. I want to speak really quickly to our dreamers and our community of mixed status. Working in education, we know that times of uncertainty can bring stress and worry, especially when faced with unknowns. Please know that College of the Desert and the Dreamer Resource Center are here to stand by you, offering support and resources to you to help navigate you through these challenging times or whatever may come your way. Recently, there had been unsubstantiated speculation regarding immigration checkpoints in the Coachella Valley and around our community. College of the Desert and the Dreamer Resource Center, we want to maintain and emphasize our commitment of fully protecting your privacy under the law and ensuring our campuses continue to be safe and welcoming places for you students. I also want to make sure I note that includes our students of color in the Black Student Success Center and all of our Pride students. We are here for you. We are one college. We are one community, and we will not turn you away or turn away from you. Also, I want to say welcome back. Welcome back, students, faculty, and staff. This is a time of change and transition for many, including the College of the Desert, as we embark on another exciting semester. Winter session kicked off, and we're very excited to report that we saw a 17% increase in enrollments over the winter session, and that has shortly in part to the efforts of our amazing staff, student services, faculty, Office of Instruction, putting together the schedule, all the work that goes behind the scenes. Want to say a special shout out to the efforts of the Roadrunner Rally event that occurred, specifically to Katie Chartier and all of the amazing student services professionals that were there signing students up and making sure they got into their classes. Next week, faculty and staff will begin spring flex training sessions. Thank you to the Faculty Development Chair, Liv Jordan, committee members, and especially, and thank you to Cheryl Etter for helping to organize this crucial professional development opportunities. Congratulations to Laura Lee Jackson for being inducted into the Coachella Valley Media Hall of Fame. This week at a luncheon in front of many students, media professionals, and PIOs, Professor Jackson was highlighted for giving back to her community. We're really proud of her award, and we look forward to more great things coming from her and that particular area. We'd also like to extend our gratitude to Professor Yolanda Bender and the hospitality management students who will be representing College of the Desert at an upcoming Interdisciplinary Entrepreneurship Summit in Kobe, Japan. This particular program is funded by the Japanese government grant that we attained a few years ago. This opportunity underscores the value of international collaboration and real-world experiences, and we're excited because this program also ties into our efforts at the Palm Springs campus, and as we look forward to growing that program and growing that campus. Overall, here's to a happy, successful semester ahead. Together, we will continue to inspire, innovate, and achieve. And of course, I want to make sure I say thank you and with great gratitude for the event last night to the COD Foundation. Last night, we joined the College of the Desert Foundation and our community to attend Stepping Out for COD, Citizens of Distinction, the Foundation's annual gala fundraiser. I was pleased to be there. I was able to participate in the presentation of the President's Award to One Future Coachella Valley and the Healthcare Workforce Leadership Roundtable, recognizing the incredible and significant investment in our nursing program by Eisenhower Health, Inland Empire Health Plan, Desert Care Network, and the Desert Healthcare District and Foundation. I also want to take this time to commend the efforts of Catherine Abbott and her amazing foundation team. We're so proud and so lucky to have them. Also, I want to thank you to Bill Chunowitz and Carol Fragan and Diane Rubin, Foundation Chairperson, and the entire Foundation Board of Directors for an incredible evening in support of our students, our college, and all those in attendance. Also, I want to thank the Green Family Foundation, Jim and Jessica Green, and Jordan Schnitzer, and the Harold and Arlene Schnitzer Foundation for their generous lead gifts in support of the event. I was proud to be there. On a personal note, I want to take this time to express a heartfelt thank you to the board for the opportunity and the confidence that they have placed in me to serve as acting superintendent-president. When I left here last month, I admit I was feeling very anxious and understandable given the responsibility of the role I was about to go into. However, that anxiety quickly turned into optimism as I drove back home, and I thought about all the incredible work that's being done here every day by the people who work at the college and make the college what it is. Our classified professionals, faculty, administrators dedicate themselves tirelessly to ensuring the success of our students and the well-being of our community. Their relentless efforts and unwavering commitment are the foundation of everything we accomplish together for the betterment of our community. I'm humbled to work alongside such professionals, and I am inspired every day by their passion and dedication that they bring to this institution, to our students, and our community. To each of you who call College of the Desert your workplace or your home, thank you. Together, we are the Roadrunner community, and together we will continue to thrive. We are COD. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting President Garcia. At this time, we will be recessing to closed session. We need about a 10-minute break. Take a 10-minute break, and
It was good.
it will take a 10-minute. Everybody's good? All right, then we'll just go right into closed session at, I believe, Irene, it's 10:29. The live feed of this meeting will continue. Board members and Acting President Martinez Garcia, I ask that we leave at 10:29, and we will come back live. If you're watching remotely, you'll know when we come back. So thank you very much for your time.
Want to just step back?
Okay, we're gonna go live in just a bit.
Good afternoon. It is 12:01. The board will be continue their closed session and will not return. So we are breaking for 30 minutes to return at 12:31.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Anybody there?
Trustee Kinnaman, can you please turn your mic on?
We will
Thank you.
call our meeting to order at 12:47. All right. Good afternoon. As part of compliance with the requirements of the Ralph M. Brown Act, I will now report out from closed session. During the closed session, the Board of Trustees took action to appoint Amanda Phillips as the acting Vice President of Student Services. This appointment is effective as of today, January 17th, 2025. The motion was passed with a unanimous vote. The board looks forward to the leadership and expertise that she brings to this role in supporting our students and the institutions as a whole. Thank you. Now we can. Be here. Why don't you stand up? Come on. Is she always this defiant?
Yes.
Okay. Sure, come up. Okay, we will move on to consent items. All consent items will be voted on in one motion. Any board member may request that any items be moved to the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent agenda items? Thank you. Hearing no objections, we will move to our action items.
Mr. Chair, you need a motion to approve the consent agenda now?
I'll move to approve I thought so. I'll move to approve the consent items.
Thank you to our parliamentarian and to my colleague sitting to my left. Is there a second?
Trustee Mary.
Okay, discussion.
No discussion on consent.
Okay, hearing no discussion, the motion, we need to do a roll call on this?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Student trustee Robles,
Yes.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Yes.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden, trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
I was aye. I'm sorry, my mic didn't go off.
Thank you, trustee Oden. Motion carries.
All right. Moving on to our action items, and I'm
Number 15, sir.
which one is it?
15.
Thank you very much. There we go. Thank you. And again, this is the second meeting, and I am going through remediation next week with some of my colleagues. Do I have a motion? Oops, here we go. Action item 15.01. Chapter 2, Board Policies, second reading. Do I have a motion to approve Board Policies 20?
Recording in progress.
We were on item 15.01, and it had a motion and a second, and we were doing the roll call vote. And so I'll ask President Garcia if he can do the roll call vote one more time for us.
Sure. Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, moving on to item 15.02, Chapter 4, Board Policies, second reading. Do I have a motion to approve board policies 4025, 4030, 4040, and 4225 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? President Garcia, do you mind doing a roll call vote for us?
Okay. Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item 15.03, Chapter 7, Board Policy, second reading. Do I have a motion to approve Board Policy 7160 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I think that this is a good way for us to make sure that we're in compliance with the recommendation from the ACCT by making sure that we're constantly updating our board policies.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on this item? Okay, President Garcia, do you mind doing a roll call vote?
Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Excuse me, aye.
okay, trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Item 15.04. Do I have a motion to approve the compensation for acting superintendent-president? Oops, that's not the right one, I don't think.
So move.
Yes, acting superintendent-president. This includes an annual salary of $325,000 per year with the same health and wealth benefits currently provided.
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All right. Can we do a roll call vote?
Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Bettis,
Aye.
trustee Oden,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
For the next two agenda items, 15.05 and 15.06, we have AGB search consultants, Dr. Bobby and Dr. Jacobs on Zoom. IT, can we please move them over to the panelists? Great, thank you. So on 15.05, it is approval of proposed timeline for the relaunch of the district superintendent-president recruitment and selection process overview. At the December 20th, 2024 meeting, the board approved a motion directing the board chair in consultation with staff and AGB search to develop a proposed timeline for the relaunch of the superintendent-president search for board consideration and approval. A comprehensive search timeline is an important element that helps set the foundation of the recruitment process. Do I have a motion to approve as presented?
So move.
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Yes, just want to mention that the timeline is very tight and we really do not have any room for errors or any funny business. So we got to make sure that we do it right this time.
Any additional discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to echo Trustee Perez's and ask that whoever chairs this committee be a strong personality to keep an eye on things and make sure that all participants in the committee really take seriously the confidentiality agreement that everyone has to agree to and sign and go through the training on.
And then open up any
Yeah.
dialogue or feedback from our representatives from AGB. Or if anybody has questions.
Well, Ron wants to speak.
Sure that the only duty and responsibility we have as Board of Trustees is the president of the college. We have a fiduciary and a responsibility from our community that we get elected to find and have a very confidential search for a president. So I'm AGB, we're meeting you for the first time, so with myself and some other trustees, so I'm looking forward to hear the timeline and the process. Thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to ask our parliamentarian if you would do our roll call vote.
Oh, sure. You have Trustee Oden with his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Oden, do you have your hand up?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
I would just like to know who worked on the timeline.
It was at our last meeting, it was approved that it was directed at the board chair in consultation with staff and AGB search to develop a proposed timeline for the relaunch. So
Okay,
that included us and our, well, I think that was all inclusive unless I'm forgetting somebody.
okay, well, I mean, that's fine. I just wanted to know who worked on it. That was it.
Yeah. And staff in working on it, they informed me, they took into account the holidays and times when we might be not, when faculty might not be here or available to serve on the committee, et cetera. So I believe they were very thoughtful in making sure that those types of things were included.
I have a question. Were this the same, I just met these people for, it's my second meeting here. They handled the prior, I just want to confirm for the public, the prior search committee where confidentiality was breached, this organization? Is that correct?
That is correct.
I believe it was the chair of the committee that canceled the committee.
Yes. Yes, that it was the chair that determined we would relaunch. And so, and I want to thank AGB because there's been a lot of dialogue, and we had the holidays going on and people traveling, and they made this commitment to work with us at our last meeting, which was just a few weeks ago. And with the holidays and everything else, to be able to, it was really important for us to bring this forward on the date that we communicated to the public, but also we wanted to make sure it was tight. And I want to express my gratitude for them working through the holidays on making this happen, as well as staff.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think it's unfortunate that all of the board members did not have an opportunity to see the presentation that AGB gave us and how competent we believe they are. I would like to ask them, I'm sure along the way with your vast experience, you have encountered a situation like we have experienced. What did you do, or what recommendations did you make to the institution following a breach?
Well, I'll start. I'm Kim Bobby. I'm a principal with AGB Search. I've been with the firm since 2017, and I do searches all over the nation for all sectors in higher education and associations and foundations. This is the first time that I have had this kind of a situation occurred, Trustee Oden, where members of the search committee went outside of and violated the confidentiality agreement, because that's the first thing we address at meeting number 1, how that could adversely impact the candidate pool. Because people are getting into this pool and they ask first, is this search confidential? Because they don't want to possibly be subject to some kind of, incidents if their institution finds out that they're in a search. So that's why it's very important that we can guarantee to the candidate pool that their information will not be shared outside of the search committee. And this is my first time having this happen. And so, as I said, I've been here since 2017.
And I will just add, I'm Jean Jacobs, and I've been with the firm since 2021 and have conducted a number of searches nationally as well. As like Kim, this is the first time that I've experienced a breach following our process.
Well, that's really disappointing. I mean, not that you haven't had that experience, but that it happened to us. Oh, that's okay. Well, thank you for sharing. And we certainly are looking forward to any recommendations that you make to us to assure that with the relaunch, that we do everything possible to make sure that we get the best candidates and that we do things decently and in order.
That is our goal, to partner with you to hopefully recruit another strong pool like you had the first time of interested candidates in this great opportunity to lead College of the Desert. So we are here to, we relaunched and we are getting inquiries, and candidates want to hear about this opportunity. So we're hoping that they will have confidence in getting in the search, that they won't be exposed until they're a finalist, if that's the case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Oden, for those questions. I think that's helpful and useful for individuals that did not see the presentation, and then also for the public to see that we are relaunching, and we've got an exceptional firm that is working hard to help us as we go through this process. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Chairman, I would like, being a new trustee, I would like to see get a copy of the presentation, if I may, with, I think.
Certainly, I know we have that on video from that meeting.
Oh, you do have that. And also, I wanted to ask the AGB, just to make sure that the confidentiality, what parameters, what could we do for this not to happen, or what could you do? You've given us a strategic plan on preventing this type of breach then in your presentation. Are you going to give another presentation on?
No, what happens, the search committee signs a confidentiality agreement, and that's a part of your policies and procedures for being a member of a search committee. And if individuals breach that confidentiality, it's incumbent upon the institution to decide how they will address that breach with individuals that are part of the College of the Desert community. Our contract doesn't authorize us to exercise any kind of discipline or take any actions against search committee members that breach confidentiality. This is your search. And so by that being the case, it really is incumbent upon the institution to set forth that communication and then exercise consequences for that.
Any other additional questions or comments? Well, I thank you for taking the time. I think you may be someplace cooler than here, but it's getting kind of cold here too. Can I ask our parliamentarian to call the roll?
Absolutely. Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Aye.
Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously, sir.
Thank you. Item 16.01, Human Resources. Actually, 16.02.
15.06, sir.
15. Well, you're right. When you're right, you're right. Approval of search committee structure for the relaunch of the district superintendent-president selection process. District staff has reviewed the district policy on the composition of interview and selection committees. As a result of the policy reviews and after discussions with district staff and AGP search, do I have a motion to approve the formal search committee structure for the relaunch of the superintendent-president recruitment as presented?
Mr. Chair, may I call for an amendment on item 15.06 to strike designee for the student board trustee and the student senate president designee?
Mr. Chair, you need a motion on the table first before you can issue an amendment.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great.
Now you can accept that if you choose.
And then, Carlos, you may have to walk me through this a little bit. I'm processing right now, and I'll tell you what my processing is. I'm thinking about the timeline too, and if there's a change in any of individuals, because I know how the semester works. So I'm just trying to process that, and I'm not saying I don't support it. I'm just trying to.
So my reason for the amendment, Chair, is we would need to assign a designee for that position. When, personally speaking for myself, we were appointed to this position through a vote, and a designee would move a step away from what we could experience and learn from through this vote. And it's something that I would not want to pass on to someone else. I think I could learn a lot from this.
So, any other discussion on making or designate?
Yeah, Board Chair, if I may,
Chair, you need a second on the amendment before you can proceed.
I'll second the amendment for purpose of discussion.
Thank you.
thank you. One of the reasons, and as the agenda is currently listed, one of the reasons that there's a designee or someone alternate is the idea, is because the committee, we want to maintain integrity of the process, and because individuals that were previously appointed to the committee may be involved in looking at what we're going to do for the breach of confidentiality. We didn't want the same individuals, or as a staff, we're not recommending the same individuals be appointed. So that means for everybody on the committee, including actually the EEO rep as well. So that is the reasoning behind the designee. And I want to be, mindful of the process that each one of those student bodies has in terms of their voting process. So I think that if we can align something in terms of what the purpose is behind having the designee also, that it was the main reason behind that. So I just want to be mindful that if we consider that, then we would be putting the same individuals back in. And the purpose was to kind of start new and not have any preconceived biases coming from the previous committee into the new committee, that kind of thing. So I just want to make sure I explain the rationale behind that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to thank Diana for that explanation. And I think that in order for us to maintain credibility with the pool of people who are applying, that since the investigation has not been completed based upon the breach, that this kind of clears the air, that we aren't bringing back anyone who was previously involved, and that issue will still be investigated while the search goes on. So I thank you for that clarification, because I think it's important for the community to know that we are investigating, but we're also moving forward with the search.
And Vice President Galindo, one of the things I think that we had approved was that we would still have the same positions, the same numbers of each category. Like
Ye-
that.
Yes, if I may. So the idea is that we keep a very similar structure. However, for example, in the student trustees appointments, they were very specific to that role. So if we could find a way to kind of mitigate what we're trying to do as an institution, but also comply with what the student body has to do in order for your selection process. The idea is that there is someone new appointed. That way it starts anew. Also, we made a very slight modification to the confidential rep. As previously noted in the previous structure, the confidential rep was designated specifically from the office of the president. And unfortunately, right now, we only have one individual in there. And by default, if our purpose is for that person not to, or for not that person, but the committee not to serve the same people, we wouldn't be able to do that. So it defaulted back to a generic confidential representative because we do have them across the district. So I hope that makes sense in terms of what the structure is and how the recommendation is coming forward. Thank you. Sure.
Confidential representative is, so could you please define that? So if we're looking for a president and the president's staff, are they also on the, I mean, I'm not reading it. Can you explain to me what a confidential representative will be?
We have a confidential group of employees here on campus, or they're designated as confidential employees.
Okay.
The last time this committee structure was approved, there was a motion and it was approved to add a confidential rep from the office of the president. It was very specific. Because of the investigation, and again, recommending that not the same people serve on the committee or be previous appointments not serve on the committee, that eliminates the person because of them previously serving. So now we have to turn it into a general confidential rep, which we do have across the district. I'm sorry, did I answer your question? Okay.
Confidential, so it could be, so I had a problem because you're looking for a president and someone from the president's staff is on that committee. To me, that sounds kind of I'm sorry,
that's not going to happen anymore.
Oh, thank you. That's what I want.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
The confidential rep can be, we have several that support, like our vice presidents of the offices, the administrative support. We have many of them in the Office of Human Resources. Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Get it.
Just a final note from me. I think there's just something to consider with our temporary positions for the year as a student representative. So I think that's something that is, I understand almost a special appointment in our case. It is something I wanted to advocate for.
I'm going to ask my parliamentarian where we're at and how do we get out of it.
Certainly. So what you have on the table, sir, is a consideration to an amendment. You've had discussion. It'd be prudent to ask if there's any more discussion. If not, then you can take a vote on the amendment, which would be to, if you vote in favor, it would mean that you would want that to be the amendment. If you vote against it, you would be against that.
And
then once that's done, you go back to discussion on however that.
And if you voted in favor, what are you voting for?
That you strike the word designee from the proposed. So under two student representatives consistent as indicated below, they would be striking the word designee from both of those. That was the motion on the table.
Okay, so any additional discussion or clarification?
Mr. Chair, I thought we were striking the roles, not just the word. Am I right or wrong?
The motion that was captured by the secretary is that it was striking the word designee from student trustee and from student senate president.
Okay.
Okay. You want to call for the vote?
Absolutely. So as a reminder, it's on the amendment.
On the amendment?
Only on the amendment, yes. Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
Is there a way I could hear other votes and then it come back to me? I'm still a little not clear on this. So,
Would you like me to proceed, sir?
thank you.
Fine.
Trustee Meyer,
Aye.
Trustee Perez,
As much as I would love to support the student trustee, and I'm always, supportive of the motions that the student trustee brings, I think in order to maintain the integrity of the search process, I think we must leave the committee as it is. And my apologies to the student trustee in order for my vote, but I'm going to vote no.
Trustee Oden,
I
And,
concur with Trustee Perez. I think we have to maintain the integrity of the committee at this point in order to secure the best possible candidates. So I'll be voting no.
Trustee Kinnaman,
I appreciate the words of Trustee Perez, but I'm in the same situation. For us to be consistent with all the groupings, to make sure that we don't have one that's different than maybe the others, that I'll be voting no. But thank you.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton,
It's all about the integrity and the transparency, I think. And this is maybe the first time I've ever voted no for a student trustee, because I think we need to keep the integrity of what is there. Thank you.
can you clarify your vote, please, ma'am?
Oh, no,
Thank
I'm
you.
going to go with,
So you have 4 noes, 1 aye. Motion fails.
Thank you. Now we go back to the original item. This is 15.06, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on item, or do we need, we have a motion on the second already?
Yes, sir.
Okay, any additional discussion?
Yes,
I just
Mr. Chairman.
want to, I would just like to ask that it is as Vice President Galindo has stated, correct?
So if I may, Trustee Oden, did you indicate that, is your question that if I'm going to be on the committee?
No.
No. Okay, sorry.
Just as you stated it for the committee composition.
Yes, that's correct. It's as
Okay.
presented in the agenda, correct?
Yes,
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
that's it. Just wanted that clarification. That was it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to point out, Amazon has a 2 pizza rule for committees. And if you can feed people with 2 pizzas, that's the maximum size of your committee. I don't see pizzas large enough for 19 people. I would think a committee of 19 is very hard and awkward to work with, because everybody's got their own ideas and opinions, not only on the topic, but also on the subject of process and procedure, and everybody wants to have their say, and the meetings could get extremely long and tedious. I'd like to see if there's a way to reduce that. I don't know how. I don't have a brilliant idea to bring a motion forward on that, but I'd like the board to consider that this seems like a very large committee and the time frame with the committee to work within. Also, you've taken into consideration the holidays for the faculty are on there, but there's other people on this committee who are not part of, say, the employment scheme of the college, and they have their own lives. They have their work lives, their businesses, and what they have to do, and that was not taken into consideration either. So I just want the board to be aware of the bulkiness and how hard it is to herd 19 cats, shall we say, onto the same flatbed truck all the time, just to use a Oklahoma expression.
I knew you were going there.
The other thing I'd like the board to consider is something to the effect that the board reserves the right to appoint people to this committee that may have previously served should the need arise.
Any other discussion? Vice President Galindo, I want to use an example. If somebody unfortunately became in a condition where they couldn't be on the committee and we're 3/4 through the process, what is the best practice in handling that situation? And AGB or you?
Yes. Our guidelines and our practice here at the district per 7120 is once we start reviewing materials that are specific to applicants, if there's someone for some reason has to withdraw for personal obligations or something might happen, we don't replace them at that point. We move on without them. Because there's already been possibly ratings, conversations that someone new would not be able to, be part of that conversation, or that might skew any type of rating or weighing of scores, if you will, by that time. So that's why we would move without them. It's easy when we haven't had the conversations about applicants or having even some of the trainings that we've had is specific to this specific search. So it depends on the timing. Sometimes before we get started into, like, for example, if someone was assigned and then a week from now, they need to be replaced because they can't commit to the dates, and we haven't done any of the actual work with the committee, we could still replace them at that time. But after applicant materials, especially applicant materials, have started to be reviewed and information, we won't replace them. We move on without them. And sometimes that could leave a little bit of a predicament for the search committee, considering if we have an even number of individuals and how that might come out in terms of scoring. But we try to cross that bridge when we get there, when we're having the conversations.
So could I ask another question to my parliamentarian? Or maybe my colleague, was that an amendment to this motion?
Would you like me to make that amendment?
I'm just, we were in discussion. I wanted to make sure whether you were making that as an amendment or not.
Yeah, I'll make the amendment that the board reserves the right to appoint somebody to this committee, even if they had previously served on the committee.
May I ask for some clarification?
Sure.
Where in the item would you like that to be included? So the motion is to insert that the board has the right to appoint someone in the event that they're needed that has previously served, or something to that effect.
Yes.
So where in the item would you like that to be?
At the bottom of the reading here, it says previously appointed committee members, ... Can you add it to the bottom of that?
Sure. Did you capture that language?
Trustee
Can you
Meyer,
repeat the language one more time, please?
Are we making that amendment, or is that just a suggestion?
It's a proposed amendment.
Correct. It sounds to me like he is proposing an amendment. It requires a second, but we want to make sure we capture the language the way it's intended. Would you give that to us one more time, sir?
The board reserves the right to appoint a member or a person to this committee, even if they had served previously.
Trustee Meyer, may I ask your rationale?
There may come a situation where the board feels that they need somebody else on the committee or in a certain position on the committee that may have performed previously. And if the board feels that that person was not in breach of confidentiality, the board can take that action.
And I think that's a great suggestion. However, the only way we would know that is if the investigation were completed prior to the completion of the search committee. And I don't think that that's probably likely. They may run parallel tracks, but it's not very likely that it'll happen that much sooner.
Mr. Chair, you're required to have a second in order to continue conversation.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
And that would be a second to the amendment proposed.
Okay. Do we have a second to the amendment of Trustee Meyer?
I'll second for the purpose of further discussion.
Okay. Trustee Oden, would you like to pick up where you were at?
Well, I just think it negates the whole purpose of
actually.
doing the committee separately and not having anyone on to reserve a place for a person just in case. I think it just undermines what we're trying to do. And that's to make sure that no one serves on the committee who has served before. And I know that that kind of puts us in a difficult position, but that's where we are.
Chairman Kinnaman, I have to concur with Trustee Oden, because if we read the language, we are negating the presidential search will not be eligible to previous approved. So it's not making sense, because we just have another statement ahead of this saying that one statement. So we would have to get rid of that statement if that were to happen. I don't think at this time, for the integrity of this committee and the timeline we have at stake, should be considered. I think, as stated here, previously appointed committee members of the recent canceled will not be eligible for the appointment to serve on the committee members of 2025 Superintendent Search relaunch. So that's ahead of all of that. And then what Trustee Myers wants to put at the bottom is saying, Carlos, so the language then would state on the bottom that
The motion as it was introduced was that it would start after the search relaunch. So it would be the next sentence after that. That the board reserves the right to.
oh, so it would be after it, but it doesn't make sense. No. Thank you.
Additional discussion?
Negates that.
I understand Trustee Myers' rationale. I just voted the other way on the student trustees' similar request. And so I'd be reluctant to then treat another change the way that we've presented this after making that type of vote. It doesn't feel comfortable to me. Any other discussion? Okay, now we can do a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. So this again is on the amendment. Student trustee Robles.
No.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton. Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
No.
Trustee Oden.
No.
Trustee Kinnaman.
No.
The vote is 4 in favor, 4 opposed, 1 in favor. Motion fails. Now you're back to the motion on the table, which is 15.06 as presented.
Okay. And we've had a first and a second on 15.06 as presented. Any discussion?
Let's move the item.
Roll call vote.
Student trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton. Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, sir.
Okay, can somebody notify the acting president that I believe it's okay for him to come back at this point? Interim acting president, let me clarify. So we are moving to 16.01, human resources, or 16.02. Initial proposals, public hearing, and adoption of initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association. For the public hearing on the initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association,
Mr. Chair.
each speaker is allowed.
Chair Kinnaman.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're moving into 16.01, and you have the blurb here, the script that,
Oh, you're right.
yes, that we got from legal. Thank you.
That extra piece of paper you gave me after. Do I have a motion to approve the compensation package for the acting vice president of student services? This includes an annual salary of $249,014 per year with an additional annual doctoral stipend of $3,000. In addition, no, this is not the right one, is it? Yeah, okay. In addition, it would provide district. Oh, and our friends from AGB, I see you're still on there, and I'm sure you'd love to be someplace else. Oh, we appreciate everything you're doing. Thank you. Thank you. For the public, we're having legal counsel consult with staff.
Do you to take a real 2-minute break just to get the legal, or should we? Are we good? Good. Just want to make sure. Take a break.
Okay, so back to 16.01. Do I have a motion to approve the compensation package for the acting vice president of student services? This includes an annual salary of $249,014.22 with an additional annual doctoral stipend of $3,000. In addition, the following will be provided and is reflective of similar allowances provided to other vice presidents: district provided cell phone, car allowance, general leave and vacation provisions, health and welfare benefits.
Second.
Discussion?
I think this is well-earned and well-deserved for someone that has worked at our college for so long. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, can we get a roll call vote?
Yes. Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton,
Aye.
trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Odin,
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right. Do I have make sure I'm on track. We had that one there. Just making sure. Initial proposals, public hearing, and adoption of initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association. For the public hearing on the initial proposals from the Desert Community College District to the College of the Desert Faculty Association, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes on the topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on the subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these time limits may be extended. Would speakers and attendees who wish to address this item please come forward, comment now in the chat field, or select the raise your hand button to speak. Irene, please set a timer for 30 seconds to allow speakers to come forward.
We need a vote. Do we need a vote? Do we need a vote? No?
Not yet.
Oh, I see. Mr. Chair, the 30 seconds are lapsed.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. Are there any additional speakers who wish to address the board on this matter? Having conducted the public hearing, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees vote to adopt the Desert Community College District's proposals and that the parties commence negotiations. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.02 as presented?
So move. Second.
Any discussion? All right, I'll ask our acting president to call the roll.
Student Trustee Robles.
Aye.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
I wasn't here to hear the whole item, so I have to not vote. Wouldn't be fair.
That and abstain. Trustee Meyer.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
16.03, initial proposals, public hearing, and acknowledgement of initial proposals from the College of the Desert Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District. For the public hearing on the initial proposals from the College of the Desert Faculty Association to the Desert Community College District, each speaker is allowed a maximum of 3 minutes on the topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on the subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these times and time limits may be extended. Would speakers and attendees who wish to address this item please come forward, comment now in the chat field, or select the raise your hand button to speak. Irene, please set a timer now for 30 seconds to allow speakers to come forward.
Thirty seconds has expired, sir.
Thank you. Are there any additional speakers who wish to address the board on this matter? Having conducted the public hearing, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees vote to acknowledge the College of the Desert Faculty Association's proposals and that the parties will commence negotiations. Do I have a motion to approve item 16.03 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hearing none. Acting President Garcia, could you call the roll?
Student trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Odin,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Item 17.01, resolution number 011725-1, authorized signatures. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 011725-1, approving certain individuals to provide authorized signatures for the purpose of contractual obligations for the district as presented?
So move.
Second.
And Irene, did you catch who moved and seconded or did our, okay, thank you. Any discussion? Roll call vote.
Trustee Robles,
Aye.
trustee Sanchez Fulton, trustee Meyer,
Aye.
trustee Perez,
Aye.
trustee Odin,
Aye.
trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Now we will be moving on to the information items. There's no action required from the board on the following agenda items. I will read them out so they're read into the record. 18.01, accreditation update. 1802, California Community College Trustees 2025 board elections. 18.03, fiscal year 2023-24 College of the Desert Foundation audit report. Fiscal year 18.04, fiscal year 2023-24 College of the Desert Alumni Association audit report. And 1805, 2x2 meeting survey results. In addition, we have information items and administrative services. 19.01, fiscal year 2023-24 Desert Community College District and Measure B and CC bond financial and performance audit reports. And then we have an academic senate resolution that I would like to turn over to Dr. Garcia.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to address the 18.1, which is the accreditation information. We listed this item anticipating an update on the district's accreditation status. While we are currently awaiting further information from ACCJC, please be assured that the district remains committed to maintaining transparency and alignment with accreditation standards. We obtained additional details, as we attain additional details from ACCJC, we'll promptly share those updates with the board. I would also like to acknowledge that we did receive a communication from ACCJC earlier this month regarding the distribution of a peer review team's draft report. The ACCJC policy on public disclosure and confidentiality specifies that the draft report must remain confidential and not to be distributed prior to the final review of the commission. The draft peer review report was shared to the entire college in a distribution in the Monday Morning Minute in December, which violated the commission's confidentiality of such draft reports. ACC has advised us to reinforce and review its policy to ensure that these such incidents do not occur again. And that would be our update on ACCJC accreditation. Do you have any questions from the board? Okay, I'll move on to the next item, if that's okay, Mr. Chair. Nominations for membership on the CCCT board will be accepted from January 1st through February 15th, 2025. Nominations must be made, must be made by member district boards of trustees, and each district is limited to nominating only members of its own board. If any trustee is interested in submitting a nomination, please inform my office as soon as possible. We are available to provide any necessary support, including assistance with the nomination packet or coordinate any activities with CCCT and the league. Once nominations are submitted, each member District Board of Trustees will have one vote per open seat on the CCCT board. The CCCT board members are elected to serve a 3-year term, contributing significantly to advancing statewide community college initiatives. So if you have any questions or nominations, please forward those to my office. Are there any questions from the board?
I think this is wonderful. Having served and on the CCT board of the state of California, this was so integral that we have representation in California and the 116 community colleges. So I would be interested, and I'm letting that to go back and finish my term when I first started. Thank you.
No further questions. I'll proceed. We have Brandon Harrison from AD Bailey, who will be reporting out on all audits, including the ones on the agenda, 1803, 1804, and 1901. IT, can we make sure that he is available? Sorry.
Good afternoon. We have Rick Alonso via Zoom to speak on the audits.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, thank you. No welcome. So I'll start off with the foundation audit report. And the scope of our audit for the foundation report is to give an opinion on the financial statements. The report itself is broken out into 3 major areas. You have your auditor's opinion, which is the only thing that is considered the auditors in the report. And then you have your financial statements and your notes to the financial statements. The foundation's audit report is comparative in nature. So you could look at prior year information and current year information and see the changes for the foundation. For our audit opinion, the foundation received an unmodified opinion. An unmodified opinion is the cleanest opinion we can give, and it states that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. I would also like to add that the foundation received a clean opinion without any audit adjustments. So the auditors didn't come in and notice any errors in the financial statement numbers. We agreed with the numbers that the foundation presented us. So just to recap the foundation's report, there was no audit adjustments and the foundation received an unmodified opinion. At this time, I can answer any questions that anyone might have with the foundation's audit report. Okay, hearing none, I'll go on to the Alumni Association report. The Alumni Association report is the same as the foundation report. The scope of our audit is to give an opinion on the financial statements. The report is broken out into 3 major areas. You have your independent auditor's opinion, and then you have the financial statements and the notes to the financial statements. The Alumni Association received an unmodified opinion, which is the cleanest opinion we can give, and it states that the financial statements are fairly stated. We also did not have any audit adjustments with the Alumni Association, so it was a clean report as well. And these financial statements are also comparative in nature, so you can look at the 2024 information and compare it to the 2023 information. So at this time, I can answer any questions that anyone might have with the Alumni Association before I go on to the district's report. All right, moving forward with the district's report. Since the district is a governmental agency, the scope is a little bit different from a foundation audit or the Alumni Association audit. The scope of our audit is to render 3 opinions for the district. We issue an opinion on the financial statements. In addition to that,
We also issue an opinion on federal awards. And the last opinion we do give is on state compliance. Each year, the state chancellor's office gives us a laundry list of information, and we give an opinion on those. I don't like going over a lot of the pages of the report. The one I do like to focus on is the summary of auditors' results. That's our audit page 99. And I'll just recap that real quick so you don't really have to turn to that page if you don't want to. Within that page, we basically list all the opinions that we do give. I kind of say it's kind of like the district's report card for the year. For financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion. So the financial statements were fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. I also would like to note that we did not have any audit adjustments. So, we didn't come in and change any of the district's numbers with this fiscal year. For federal awards, the district also received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all the material compliance with requirements which we're required to test for this fiscal year. And this, for state compliance, the district also received an unmodified opinion. So the district met all the state compliance requirements which we're required to test for this fiscal year. Now we do have a, starting on page 100 is findings and recommendations. And as you can see for financial statements, we did not have any findings or recommendations. You have a blank page with that. And auditors are negative assurance. We do not give positive assurance. So when you have a blank page from an auditor, that's good. So the old saying is, you'll never hear anything good from an auditor. The only thing you hear bad is, the only thing that you will hear from an auditor if there's bad things going on. But I would like to touch out, we did have one finding this year, which is an improvement from last year. If you remember last year, we had 3 findings for the district. So in two of those instances, they were all cleaned up. In one instance, it was not, and had to do with enrollment reporting for the financial aid program. We've met with the district, and I really believe that they have a good corrective action plan, and that's going to be put in place to hopefully get rid of this comment in the future. As auditors, we're required to look at the status of findings for the next fiscal year. So we will look at that to see if the district has implemented those areas. Finally, I just would like to note that as an auditor, we need to let the board know if we had any difficulties encountered during the course of the audit, any disagreements with management. I'm happy to say that we didn't have any of those issues. When we come out, the district is always very professional towards us. They give us their information in a timely manner, which we really appreciate as auditors. That goes for everyone within the district. And we look at a lot of areas, not just the business office. We're looking at different, you also look at financial aid and all these other different departments too as well. So, in all that case, everyone was very professional towards us. So at this time, I could answer any questions with regards to the district report. Otherwise, I can go on to the bond audits.
Any questions? Okay. Trustee Oden, were you?
I was just saying the bond audit.
Okay. Moving forward to the bond audits. We do 2 different measures for the bond audits. We have Measure CC and Measure B. For Measure CC, we do a financial and a performance audit. So basically, the financial audit is we're going to come in and audit the numbers of that bond fund. And the performance section of it is we're basically a compliance audit. We're going to select a sample of expenditures and make sure the district is spending the money in accordance with what the voters approve for those specific projects. So that's the scope of our audit for the Measure CC bond fund. For the financial statements, the district received an unmodified opinion. So what we've learned before, that's the cleanest opinion you can get. States that the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And we also did not have any audit adjustments for the district for this year for the bond fund. For the performance side, we selected a sample of expenditures, and I'm happy to report we didn't have any areas of the district spending the money inappropriately. All of the expenditures that we did test were in accordance with what the voters wanted the money to be spent on. So it was a clean audit for Measure CC. And if there's any questions that you guys might have with Measure CC, otherwise I can go on to Measure B. All right, hearing none. Measure B. With Measure B, it was only a financial statement audit since there were no expenditures out of Measure B, so we were just required to do a financial statement audit. With the financial statement audit, we're basically looking at the numbers to make sure they're fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. For Measure B, the district received an unmodified opinion, which is the cleanest opinion we can give, and it states the financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. We had no audit adjustments with Measure B as well. And, like I said before, the district audit, we would need to let the district know if we had any difficulties encountered during the course of the audit. Happy to report we did not have any of those issues. Like I mentioned before, the district is always well prepared for us and very professional when we come out to review our audits. So at this time, I could answer any questions with Measure B.
Well, any questions?
The voters, all communities, and be on record for allowing us to carry responsibility as a bond. Thank you.
I'd only like to say, did you just go over 4 audit reports?
Actually, I think I went over, see, 1, 2,
5, or is it 5?
5 audit reports.
Yeah.
And you had 1 finding?
Yes, sir.
I
And
find
that was
that,
based on a previous finding.
yeah, an improvement on.
Yeah.
I think, everybody involved in our fiscal side of the house and working with presenting and working with our auditors deserve a round of applause. And Rick, that's the briefest audit report I think I've ever sat through. And I appreciate you working with our team so that they can show you what quality work they're doing as well.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Anybody?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I think it's commendable that our foundation and alumni came in with the unmodified what is it?
Unmodified opinion.
Unmodified opinion. I think that's outstanding. But truly with the bond issue, that's where the public entrusts us with money for special projects. And to make sure we can say to them, those monies are being spent the way they were designated to be spent, I think is a tremendous testament and says that we are being responsible for the things that they entrusted us with. So thank you so much for letting us know that we're doing the right thing, and we're going to try to make sure that we keep on doing it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Vice Chairman Owen, thank you for that comment. And I will say, when we look over at the foundation, they have an unfair advantage. They've had a staff in place there for so long and is so so knowledgeable, and it has stood with us for, how long have you been here, 10 years? Almost 10 years, I thought so. We're fortunate to have that consistency, but like you say, a lot of the focus is on the public funds that were raised through our Measure CC, and I'm so glad you pointed that and raised that out for people to recognize.
And I think the public, we should do maybe some people, when I'm out in the community, ask me about those CC bond monies and the audits. I think it would be worthwhile, and I don't, Val, if we could, it's on our website, I'm assuming that that we're doing great with their money, with the people's money. So having some type, this is just a suggestion, letting people know that their money is safe, having something on our website, having a press release on the audit. This is the people's money. These are millions of dollars. So it would be nice, I don't know, our PIO, I have some ideas, or having something, an outreach saying, this is what your property tax money is going to. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's okay if I can move on? Okay, great. So just want to let everyone know that my office received the 2x2 meeting survey results, and we are now ready to move forward with the scheduled meetings with all local city partners, and we will be looking about how to address the unincorporated areas also.
Okay.
So I know that was a concern that was brought up before.
I have some questions on that.
Sure.
Seems like all 5 trustees nominated themselves to be Palm Springs. No one chose La Quinta. Thousand Palms, as trustee Sanchez Fulton mentioned, was not mentioned in this. So you do have a plan to reconcile this?
Yeah, we'll look into that for sure. So you said La Quinta and where else?
No one picked La
Thousand Palms?
Thousand Palms. All 5 trustees want Palm Desert. And there's some 3 trustees in one city. And would you like to build a spreadsheet? I'll do it for you.
What we'll do is we'll go back out and send the spreadsheet back out to all of you, and then we could talk about who would want to sign up for which area.
Yeah. So
Does that
it's
sound-
just, it's a good start, but,
Oh, definitely.
and am I right? We can only have 2 going to a particular city?
Yes.
Okay.
So do you want to arm wrestle over Palm Springs?
I'll give it up. We can go to 4 on Palm Springs.
No, I think those are great observations. I had to go back and redo mine because I realized that some people had picked 3 and I'd only picked 2. And so I felt like I was not.
I knew there'd be duplicates. That's why I picked 3. And so it would give
Yeah.
president some latitude to move things around.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the past, the 2x2 meetings used to be only with cities that we had campuses in.
I believe that's true, but it might have expanded, and I wasn't privy to those conversations. Irene, do you have any information?
So last year we conducted meetings with the 6 local cities. And so 2 trustees were appointed to each one,
Each city?
to 6 cities.
Okay.
But it was
they
brought
never
up
invited
that
you.
there was other unincorporated areas that they wanted to suggest. So these are the initial results of that survey for this upcoming year.
Thank you.
What we can do is go ahead and resend out the survey again, and you guys, the board can look and fill in where they would like to be, and then we could have another discussion. And I believe that's all for the items that I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that sounds great. On the 2x2s, in situations where we may have 3, we may need to finesse that a little bit. That may help fill in some of the gaps.
It's called negotiation, right?
Yeah.
What if we give you a paddle and you guys can? No.
Do we have to do a public hearing for that type of negotiation, Carlos? All right. Now you've got me lost.
Yes. But we have the camp.
All right. So we're moving on to item 20.01. It's an information item, the Academic Senate Resolution. Yeah, any discussion, questions about the resolution? Okay, thank you. Let's see.
21.
So electric vehicle charging at DCCD presentation. Acting President Martinez Garcia, can you introduce the session?
Yes, I'd like to call John White up to the podium. And he will be introducing some presenters who I believe are online.
Thank you very much, Chair Kinnaman, trustees, Acting Superintendent-President Martinez Garcia, and Vice Presidents. So today we have a presentation for you, a study session about our electric vehicle strategy for the district. And I am pleased today to introduce two speakers. These are consultants from Accenture who specialize in infrastructure and capital projects. And if hopefully we're moving them into the panelist. And we will have presenting to us today, Mr. Aris Hovasapian, Vice President, Energy and Education, and also Mr. Stephen Clark, Vice President for Clean Mobility. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you all hear us?
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Right. Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to present here. I'd like to just take a moment to share the screen with our presentation in a moment about EV charging at Desert Community College District.
We also have it on our end. If IT can pull up the presentation.
I was allowed to share, and I have it up over here.
Okay.
And I'm able to control it from my screen as well. So thank you for that.
Okay, perfect.
Again, thank you for inviting us here. And I'm sure you've all had an opportunity to look at the presentation, but we'll walk you through it here. Who we are, we're part of the Accenture Infrastructure and Capital Projects family. Our team is the Clean Mobility, Energy, and Sustainability team. Recently, we were part of a different company called Answer Advisory. That's our legacy firm that was acquired by Accenture about a year and a half ago, and we've transitioned fully over to Accenture as of January 1st. So that's our new branding. You can see Stephen and I in the photo here with our other colleagues in our team that focus on clean energy and sustainability projects. On an individual basis, Stephen and I both have significant experience in California public education with energy, sustainability, renewables, zero emission vehicles, etc. Stephen's been on the consulting side with various utility programs, the Prop 39 Energy Efficiency Program for community colleges, the CCC-IU partnership, and others. Before my consulting role here at Accenture, I was with LA Community College District, and prior to that, LA Unified School District, working on energy and sustainability programs. And in 2020, I helped pass LACCD's Clean Energy and Sustainability Resolution, which committed that district to 100% carbon-free by 2040, along with several other clean energy and sustainability goals. So for our presentation today, we have 4 general sections listed here, and I'm not going to hang on here too long because we'll hit each of these points individually. I'll take the first half, and then I'll pass it over to Steve for the second half. So with the rationale for charging, why should College of the Desert and your properties, other properties, provide EV charging? There are new building code requirements. There are resources from the state and from utilities to support EV charging infrastructure. Increasing demand from the campus community, which you may have heard from faculty, staff, and students in recent years, and aligning with state decarbonization and clean transportation goals. Some of the drivers relate to the same items here. And it helps align with the California Community College Board of Governors sustainability policy,
which was, I believe, re-released just earlier this week with an update. They're brings COD in line with other campuses and other districts that have made similar commitments, takes advantage of the funding opportunities that are available, takes advantage of federal funding and tax rebate, tax refund opportunities that have recently been opened to non-tax paying entities as well. And additional benefits, it provides equity and accessibility to the campus community and stakeholders, specifically with some of your stakeholders that may not have access to charging at home. If they live in a multi-unit dwelling, they may not have charging available at their home in an apartment, versus those of us who live in single family homes who find it easier to have EV charging. And there are other benefits like pollution reduction, economic growth and job creation, regional transportation support, and educational opportunities and workforce training, which could align with your auto tech program as well. And we've pulled some examples of EV charging at other California community colleges, just to have kind of a light comparison here. So at Fullerton College, they're in the process of installing almost 100 EV chargers across multiple parking lots. LACCD plans to install over 1,000 chargers across its 9 campuses, and the board resolution set a goal to provide charging at 25% of all parking stalls. And then San Bernardino CCD has been using Southern California Edison's Charge Ready program, and they've installed, or are in the process of installing, 127 chargers across their campuses and district office locations. And here's where I'll pass it to Steve for speaking about the project scope and schedule for each location under Desert Community College District.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Aris. I'll spend a little bit of time on this table, but we'll go through each one of the individual installations here. Just a quick table for your reference that outlines the initial plan for EV charging at the various different district sites. To select these initial sites, we considered the site size, parking, and the permanence of ownership. This initial site list reflects those sites with the greatest need and feasibility for EV charging. And with the exception of one site, all sites are slated to receive what's called level 2 EV charging, which is a good balance between cost and still able to provide EV drivers with meaningful charging speeds. When they plug in, they can receive mostly a full charge and be on their way. So looking at this, we first wanted to address the district's needs for EV charging at the sites that are in development. The Indio sites, the Cathedral City Roadrunner Motor site, and the new Palm Springs Development Project are all new construction projects or major renovations, which are required to have EV charging by building code. Because of that, these designers are making provisions to install EV charging at these sites. And they'll either be installing as part of the construction project itself or installing the required infrastructure to support EV charging. The other projects shown here, EV charging at the Palm Desert main campus and a conceptual project at Palm Springs Development Project, we use a different pathway through Southern California Edison's Charge Ready program to install additional EV charging above and beyond code. This is a program where the utility installs a new utility meter and what's called make-ready infrastructure for EV charging stations. This is all the in-ground wiring, conduit, electrical panels, saving the district a significant amount of project cost toward your EV charging. We can always add more sites if desired, but we'll review these sites so far, these initial sites, in the coming slides here. Maurice, go to the next slide. Starting with the detailed review of the individual installations, this is the Indio Child Development Center. There will be 4 ultimate EV charging ports installed as required by code in this parking lot. In this diagram here, you can see them as the blue and green squares. As this project is finishing construction now, once the district has selected an EV charger and network provider, these chargers will be immediately installed. Next slide. Moving on to the Indio expansion.
There will be 12 ultimate charging ports installed as required by code as part of this project in the parking lots surrounding these facilities. Similar to the Indio CDC project, once the district selected that EV charger and network provider, the chargers will be immediately installed on the stub outs provided by the contractor. Next site. Sticking with Indio, when the surface parking lot finishes by the end of 2025, early 2026, it'll also have a need for about 17 EV chargers as required by code. So we'll have the vendor and the hardware picked out. So we'll order more of those, and we can request that a vendor install the EV chargers as part of this project as well. Moving on, Roadrunner Motors. This site will also have a requirement for 4 EV chargers in the public parking lot. In addition, since this site is hosting automotive curriculum, especially around EVs, there are plans to install an additional 2 DC fast chargers in the back of the parking lot, in the gated back lot, to support the educational programming. The EV charging hardware was part of the contractor's bid, so we'll essentially tell them what hardware to procure, and they will procure it and install it as part of their bid, and then we'll bring it online and wrap it into the district's or district-wide EV management software. Next one. At the Palm Desert campus, we're switching gears a little bit. This campus right now has a single dual port charger, but has ample parking space for more EV chargers. As there aren't any major renovations currently happening that involve parking lots, this is a perfect opportunity for the district to leverage Southern California Edison's Charge Ready program to design, fund, and install the Make Ready infrastructure for about 150 additional charging ports. The Make Ready infrastructure, again, includes all the components of an EV charging installation necessary to get power from the meter to the actual charger itself. But it still requires the district to procure the chargers. The district's already signed an application with Southern California Edison for this program, and initial design has begun. Preliminary designs that we've seen so far are concentrating the EV chargers in lot 28 under the solar, and hopefully by the end of or by end of this year, early 2026, we'll have chargers available for faculty, staff, students, and the surrounding communities here. Moving on, first phase of work at the Palm Springs Development Project campus. This is actually a 2-phase project. The first phase, as you can see here, again, the green and blue boxes, will include 38 new EV chargers as required by code for 5% of the total stalls. And as this campus comes to completion, we'll share the district's preferred EV charging hardware specifications with the contractor, again, so that they can purchase the same charger to minimize complexity of spare parts and repairs around the district. So it's one charger across the whole district is the intent. Second one is another potential installation here, another Charge Ready project. It's in concept phase at this point for another 150 EV charging stalls, potentially following the same Charge Ready pathway through Southern California Edison's program. We've submitted an application right now, or a placeholder application, really just holding our place in line to allow them to allocate or commit funding to support this installation. It doesn't require that we take any action if we don't want to or need to. However, they have funding ready for us, and by using Charge Ready, it will not divert funds from the campus project itself. I know that was a lot of maps and data in a short amount of time, and we'll have a chance for questions here in a second. But before that, I wanted to highlight the vendor selection process and procurement method that we're using. Go to the next slide. So in the vein of working smarter, not harder, as some of the campuses will be ready for EV chargers very soon, College of the Desert is planning on leveraging existing master service agreements through the Foundation of California Community Colleges and SPUR, another statewide procurement mechanism, to select a contractor EV charging hardware and software. Much like the districts use statewide MSAs to buy other things like AstroTurf or furniture, vendors who hold these MSAs have been competitively selected to ensure appropriate rigor, that they are the right vendors and have good pricing for the products that they have. They've been, like I said, they've been pre-vetted to provide these end-to-end services, including design, provision of EV charging stations, installation, commissioning, and ongoing services for the EV chargers that they would bring to the district. And these MSAs also have pre-established pricing, standardized contracting language, which reduces procurement time for getting EV chargers and having them installed by several months than if the district were to run its own unique procurement. So yeah, let's open it up to questions, discussion. We'd be happy to answer what we can.
I have one, several actually.
Great.
Thank you. I see that in your why should COD provide EV charging stations at their campuses? State goals, building codes, equity and accessibility. I'm going to be focusing in that in particular, especially for students. I don't know about you, but my financial aid check wasn't enough. Just alone the cost of a book, or just alone, I just want to know the pricing. I want to know how much are we going to subsidize the cost for I want to know price, maybe for a student that isn't on financial aid or working 2 or 3 jobs. Thank you.
Sure. I'm happy to take a stab at that. I will say before Vice President Garcia left that he was working on the assumption that he wanted very much for this program to provide the accessibility and the services and not to profit from it in any way, but really to be able to pass on just having our students and others pay just what was necessary to operate it. And that we are, by leveraging and working through our contracts and a business arrangements, it would be hopeful that it could be more as affordable as possible. As far as I know, we haven't set the rates yet, but we have complete flexibility to set tiers of what we wish. So that will be a future decision for the college to make on the pricing. Right, the technology allows us to do a number of different options. We can charge based on the type of person we could charge different rates. You could charge students differently than you charge the public, or different than staff or other employees. So we have complete flexibility with the technology, the software and the hardware, and in terms of credit card or interfaces that will allow for that. But that will be an evolving policy and pricing matter for the college to address. What we've done is to prove that there will be no barriers to whatever it is we want to implement.
Yeah, I think that's the concern, is the pricing for students. But we can set the price.
Yeah,
not
it's
at a
up to the
higher
discretion.
price.
It's absolutely up
Okay.
to the discretion of the college.
I have a quick question. I don't know anything about this. So, what is a cost of, I don't see number. I'm a banker. So I just want
Yeah.
to see price.
Sure.
This is wonderful, but I wanted to say what are we going to get price? I mean, I see all this.
Yes, that's a short answer. But let me just break that down. And I'll make a brief statement about it, and then I'll turn it over to our consultants here who are actually evaluating as we speak what's out there in the marketplace and what we're going to be able to take advantage of in terms of pricing. But when we look at costs, we're looking at, and in my view, 3 important types of different types of costs. One is, what will it take us to have the infrastructure so that our sites can connect with the utility company?
So this might be improvements that are actually external to our property, but necessary for us to connect with the utilities to bring the services in. And so that's what's exciting and part built into these proposals that we're talking about is by working with the programs from the utility companies themselves, there is a great deal of funding available to take care of that very expensive component, which is the underground utilities and improvements. That's huge. So the second component that I think of is the actual procurement of the hardware itself, of the actual chargers, right? Because we have to pay for those chargers. So, and I am going to ask the consultants to comment on where that is landing in the marketplace these days, but it is getting very competitive to our advantage. The last is just ongoing maintenance and operations. So we have to be in a position that we will establish standards for service and responsiveness, how frequently the chargers have to be up, running, and working, and availability to get things fixed. So that is also generally would be a service that we could purchase. So we're looking at it comprehensively. So infrastructure, procurement, and operations and maintenance. So with that, I think what you're most curious about, and we all are, is could maybe Stephen, if you are the right person to sort of talk about what's happening in the marketplace and what to expect sort of costs for chargers or ports.
Yep. So just as a matter of perspective, when I started this business or started in the EV consulting business about 7 or 8 years ago, we were looking at a total installed EV charger in cost of about $15,000 a port. Now, that has come dramatically down, and actually before, as I was listening in on the meeting, and also I was reviewing some of our vendor proposals that we've gotten back. And what we're seeing now, so $15,000 a port, and that included all the infrastructure, trenching, conduit, and of that, about $5,000 was the charging station itself. So I'm looking at current pricing right now, and we're seeing anywhere from about $1,000 to $1,250 for the actual charger itself now. And the utilities are going to cover the rest of the cost. So that's not passed on to the college. So really, we're taking something that could be $10,000 a port, and we're taking it down to about $1,000 to $1,200. It's pretty exciting to see those costs come down.
So just to wrap up, trustees, so by doing the procurement, then we can establish the pricing, and then that'll be available, and we'll put together our policies. But I hope that gives you an idea then of the kind of costs that we're talking about.
Yeah, I really appreciate your time to come to the college and express, but as I also want to put in, I hope you have local vendors, and I want to be on record that we do have local vendors as well. I know you have pre-vetted vendors, but as a small business owner myself, it's good to get local business owners, minority-owned, women-owned businesses to also be part of that. Will you be having that in your stipulation? I'm curious.
So and I was able to actually participate in the RFP process that the foundation used. And as part of that, they do look at regionality. And what these manufacturers have done is they're always establishing relationships with local vendors to do the actual, many of those products, elements, and potentially even the services, they're subcontracted through these large companies, but they're regionally acquired and the regional expertise. Because part of it is you need to have parts that are close to where you operate. So by necessity, there will be local involvement because of the regionality that's involved.
So you're saying you do have in place something?
No, we will have in place whatever contract we have involved. We'll have it will promote and include those vendors as they are available, as long as they're qualified.
Okay.
We're not that far along yet, also in the procurement, but the language is set up with that in mind, and it is a foundation contract, right? So it's through the community college, through the foundation, and they're
I know.
very important aspect.
Exactly.
Okay,
Thank you. I just wanted.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think we're about out of
Thank you.
time, but if there's maybe one more question or if that's good.
I do have a question.
Yes, trustee Oden.
Obviously, this is the wave of the future for California in particular. And so I definitely see the need. I was interested in placement that on each of the campuses, they seem to be going in designated places. Is there a specific rationale for the placement?
The
Yes.
short answer is yes. Steve, do you have a really brief comment on
Yes,
that?
a brief comment is they are dictated state code mandates where they go due to ADA accessibility requirements and also accessibility or access to power. So those are the kind of two factors that we use when we try to place these things. Okay, well, then would it not be prudent to make sure that these are done, or at least the designation of specific areas before the completion of the campus? Yes, and they were. The campuses that are designed that you saw are indeed, they were designed, the EV charging hardware, or sorry, infrastructure was designed into that project and placed where it made sense.
That's correct. Beginning as early as the Child Care Development Center. That's always been factored in for location. There was a question from Trustee Robles.
Yeah, just quickly. So I saw this is in regards to electric vehicles, but with electric bicycles and that form of transportation becoming more prevalent nowadays. Is there something that the college has been speaking to Accenture about to make sure that's included, or is there any form of conversation that's had in that sense?
We have not explored that. I think that's a really interesting idea. So I will we'll sit down and have some conversations, see what's out there. That's a very interesting idea.
Yeah, the CV link is going to be up, and our future can include that. So
thank you.
I have a question as it relates to, or a comment as it relates to the funding mechanisms. I see here that some of the funding mechanisms would come from either government subsidies or Southern California Edison, and as well as the bond or the district funds. Is there any possibility that these subsidies will get rolled back under the new administration that's going to come in and they won't be available?
From our consultants, we have not heard any indication that that's imminent, or that there have been any such discussions. These programs, I should just leave it at that. We have no reason to indicate any kind of pause and anything like this, although we're going to move as fast as we can just because we need the chargers. So of course, I mean, it would be great to move forward now. We're ready to do it. And we just don't know about that future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I'll take the next. All right, Acting President Martinez Garcia, can you please help us introduce this next study session?
Yes, before we start though, I'll let you know that we're going to go ahead and maybe move this to another session due to the time constraints of the consultant. They had a prior commitment that will not allow them to present today. So if it's okay with everyone here, we'll go ahead and move that to a future session or future meeting.
I'm fine with that. Actually, it was when we were doing this, I think about sometimes we have auditors come in and they sit through a whole meeting, most of it that they don't care to hear about, and moving some of those up earlier in the meeting would also really help us spend less money, if legal counsel, et cetera. And so in the future, we'll try to be much more conscientious about that.
Would you like me to jump to 21.02?
Yes, please.
I am really happy to present to you or call before you new acting Vice President of Student Services, Amanda Phillips, to present the item regarding student services.
All right, thank you. And I believe we have a PowerPoint. All right, so thank you for having me, and I'll just get started because of our time constraints. Can you advance for me? Or I don't have a clicker, yeah. All right, so I was asked to discuss our student services, and I wanted to take at least one slide to impress upon you the vast array of student programs we have at College of the Desert. I'm only going to focus on 4 initiatives for this presentation, but if we were to have a study session on student services and student support programs, we would be here all day. I'm very proud of the college's commitment to our students, and so I do want to just highlight the fact that we do have a number of programs for them. But we are going to emphasize our transportation services, Rising Scholars, our free early college, and our Caring Campus. Within transportation services, we have Roadrunner Express, we have our Hall Pass program, and we have our Basic Needs Center, which also provides transportation services. For Roadrunner Express, we do have 2 routes that run 3 times per day. The eastern route starts in Mecca, goes to Indio, comes to Palm Desert, back to Indio, and back to Mecca 3 times a day. The western route starts in Desert Hot Springs, goes to the Palm Springs temporary campus, then Palm Desert, back to Palm Springs, and on back to Desert Hot Springs 3 times a day. One of the chief difficulties of the Roadrunner Express is scheduling it with the most opportune times for students to attend classes, sort of based on our course schedule. For the last 2 semesters, the routes have been designed to get students to Palm Desert in time for classes that start at approximately 8 a.m., approximately 11 a.m., and approximately 5 p.m. So those are sort of how those routes are timed. Next on our Hall Pass, this is an agreement we have with Sunline Transit so that College of the Desert students can ride their regular routes unlimited as long as they are College of the Desert students, and it includes the times in between sessions, right? So they don't stop just because class is not in session, and it's any route and at any time. So this is not restricted to routes that include our sites. So students can use this program to go to work or run errands. As you can see, we only have ridership information for last year. We're waiting on our more recent invoicing for ridership information currently. One other thing I do want to highlight is accessibility is very important to us. So we do have students who can't ride Sunline. And so we do support them in applying for state programs or state assistance to use the sundial. And while we are supporting them and while they are waiting for that assistance, we do provide them with passes. So we do make sure that all of our students are able to use this transportation. Next, we have our Basic Needs Center. We also have a lot of students who have cars, but a lot of those students also experience economic hardship that make paying for gas very difficult. So we do offer gas cards to students who experience economic hardship. And over the spring and fall of 2024, we distributed 318 gas cards worth a total of $20,625. Now we're on to Rising Scholars. I'm proud of this program. This is a new grant program that we were awarded the Rising Scholars Juvenile Justice Grant. We have been able to hire Rick Saldivar and Ismael Davila to run the program. We now have a total of 57 students participating here at Palm Desert, and Ismael is visiting the Indio Juvenile Hall weekly. We anticipate having our first in-person class at Indio Juvenile Hall later this semester. On to free early college. Just, a primer, free early college has also been called dual enrollment, concurrent enrollment, college and career access pathways, several names, but basically it's for high school students to attend college as well. We have hired new staff in the Free Early College program. Nicholas Robles is an interim director. Armando Robles, no relation between those two, is a supervisor. Andrea Villalon is working out of classes as an enrollment services specialist. Diego Aguilar and Yarrick Whitmore are working as our counselors, and we are currently recruiting faculty liaisons. In the fall of 2024, their emphasis or their goals were related to outreach. So you can see that they have participated in many outreach opportunities, visits to high schools, visits to district meetings, other presentations both off campus and on campus, and they have received support from many other on-campus programs in order to make this outreach a reality. This did result in some amazing growth. So if you look at our growth between fall 2023 to fall 2024, the enrollments are up 60%. The full-time equivalent students, estimated at this point, is up 64%. The career and college access pathways sections are up 62%. So again, and the majority of that growth is in asynchronous learning, which is online asynchronous. But again, a tremendous amount of growth between fall 23 and fall 24. For the spring 2025, the program will be focusing on some complications that we experienced throughout the fall, especially with all of that growth. And so they, will be looking at the scheduling process in particular, registration process for students, working with our faculty on campus to ensure the quality of the educational programs. And again, just trying to make this the most effective and efficient program for our community. We're on to Caring Campus. So Caring Campus is an initiative that very specifically addresses the role of our classified staff in student success. So this program had a relaunch this year on November 4th. There's now a 5-member work group that met on December 10th, and they're delivering a flex presentation to our campus on January 23rd. They have followed through with distributing new badges related to that include extra languages spoken or certain affiliations to try to be more welcoming for members of the public and students who see them throughout campus. They've also established a communications channel so that the college can see what opportunities are being made available and what professional development opportunities are a part of Caring Campus. And they have a lot of ideas about how to increase the effectiveness of classified staff as it relates to student success, including department open houses, in-house professional development, and a possible staff mentoring program. So those are the things they're considering this year. And that's the end. I'm happy to answer questions.
Trustees, any questions?
A student came up to me. I didn't know about the gas card. And the concern came from a student in Desert Hot Springs. So they asked me, when, we're out in the community, where do they go? I'm very bones and butter. Where do they go? At what time? Is it the beginning of the semester they go and get it? When?
So yeah, that is available through our Basic Needs Center, and they do have an online form that they can submit basically regarding their needs. They can communicate with the Basic Needs Center staff online. They can go physically to the center, which is in the South Annex next to the Central Pantry. But to be more accessible, it's not like it's not a limited option giveaway. Basically, our Basic Needs Center staff conducts a session with the student to try to address their economic needs. It can be gas related and it can be related to other things. We do have funding designated from the state in order to address our students' basic needs, and that's what this program does. So the gas cards are one aspect of that, and they just need to communicate with the Basic Needs Center whenever it is that they have this economic hardship.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you.
I think I hear Trustee Oden.
Yes. There are so many exciting things about this presentation that I would love to go over and hear, some to hear more about, but others to make a comment on. But this has been a long day. And I'm so tired at this point, but thank you for presenting it. And it just shows how many things that we actually provide for our students, and it's outstanding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And can somebody make sure we get one of these student benefits guides, maybe scanned in and sent to Trustee Oden? He may already have it. I don't know, Irene. But it does show a lot of information on it for students to have as a benefits guide. And I think it's a real good cheat sheet for you to look at as a student, to try to identify areas where they may have needs. And that was very creative. I can even flash on it, and I guess it takes me to see what's there, right?
Yeah, that's the work of Katie Chartier and several others working with her. But yeah, that is a collection of our most often referred programs, right? So the programs we are most likely to refer a student to directly. And so we have that sort of convenient handout for them.
Well, I think it's awesome presentation, and from an awesome acting vice president as of today. So it just shows us the talent and the scope and breadth of the work that you do. Anybody, other comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we are going to public comments. Item 22.01. Request to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. Irene, do we have any?
Yes, Chair Kinnaman. We have received several public comments, and so we have added them to the record. We have received a public comment from Jonathan Alsuber, Angela Cardinal, Dr. Matt Morin, Michael Wangler from Chaffey College, and internally, we have received one from CSCA member Patricia Reyes. In person, we do have Cheryl Eder. She is here to provide her public comment in person, but all the others have been added to the record.
Okay, great. Thank you. And welcome, Cheryl.
Good afternoon, Acting President Martinez Garcia, Board of Trustees, leadership, faculty, and my CSEA siblings. I'm making this comment today to commend the board for their collective action at the December meeting. As a proud member of the COD family, I also wholeheartedly support the work of the Academic Senate here at COD. I'm very passionate about my job and I think everybody around campus knows that. Over the past year, I have witnessed joint governance slowly being eroded, and as a result, even my role supporting the Senate was called into question. COD has a long-standing history of effective, amicable, and proactive joint governance at both the Senate, leadership, and classified levels. This collaboration has been an integral part of our institution, and it is vital for our community to be able to make joint decisions that directly impact our institution, and most importantly, our students. I recognize that joint governance can sometimes be messy and challenging, but it is precisely this complexity that makes it so valuable. At the end of the day, joint governance ensures that all stakeholders have a voice in shaping our future here at the college. Therefore, I am deeply grateful that upon returning to COD after the well-deserved winter break, the morale of our employees is once again high and positive. I am also feeling renewed optimism that joint governance will once again thrive and that the decision-making around 10+1 matters will continue to grow and flourish at COD. So thank you for your commitment to restoring and strengthening the spirit of our collaboration that defines our institution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Kinnaman, Patricia Reyes is now here in person as well to read her public comment.
Okay. Hello, Patricia.
Hello. My document has in the morning, but I'll change that. So good afternoon, Acting President Martinez Garcia, Board of Trustees and Leadership. Buenas tardes. Happy New Year. Hope you all had a wonderful holiday break and that you're all having a great beginning of the year. My name is Patricia Reyes, and I am a classified employee and a member of CSEA here at COD Palm Desert Campus. I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude and appreciation for your collective action in December. I feel that we've been listened to and most importantly, feel appreciated. I'm sure we're all pleased to see that we're moving forward in a positive direction. Thank you for your attention and for listening to our concerns, and hope everybody has a wonderful spring semester. Thank you.
Thank
you. Chair Kinnaman, those are all the public comments that we have received at this time.
And then the ones that were submitted, they will be attached as part of the record.
Yes, they are attached in board docs. So if you go to this agenda item 22.01, they're listed there in the order that they were received.
Okay, that's great. So the public will have an opportunity to read those. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. All right, future agenda items, 23.01. Student Trustee Robles.
None at this time.
Trustee Sanchez Fulton.
As I mentioned in my beginning board report, I would love to investigate a place for faculty, staff, and classified to have a quiet space. And also, most importantly, the students to have a place where they can go on that. I think it would be wonderful. Also, I think I brought a matter up prior in the last meeting, and I want to thank you for bringing up the audits. That was very, very important. And I want to thank the team here at College of the Desert for bringing that when we asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Meyer.
None at this time.
Trustee Perez.
None for me either.
Trustee Oden.
None for me, thank you. Thank you.
You get well.
I need rest.
I think so.
Maybe we should send you a pizza or something. And and I'm not being the way I'm supposed to be at the dais. I don't have anything at this time as well. Thank you. We will now be recessing to closed session. The board will now recess to closed session. The live feed of this meeting will continue. Board members and Acting President Martinez Garcia, I ask that you please join closed session. I'm looking around. Do you want 5 minutes or immediately? Immediately. Thank you so much, everybody. Happy New Year. Okay, we will reconvene to open session. There was no reportable action taken during closed session, and we will adjourn the Desert Community College District Board meeting at 3:55. Oh, and there is one thing that several trustees have mentioned that we would like to adjourn this meeting in honor of, and I'll turn it over to Mary Jane because she brought it up first.
Matt Monica. And
Okay.
also a moment of silence for the fire victims. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's re-adjourn this meeting at 3:56 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well,
This afternoon. Here. Oh, Mary Jane, can I? Oh.
Couch in there. Yeah, say something about it.
oh.
Good to see you.
Recording stopped.